Right. Hello again. Dread Mechanic here for some more build streaming nonsense. Today we're going to do a little bit more work on Metal Gear Zeke. It's been a week or two since I've done any work on Zeke, so I actually can't really remember where I was up to. So we've got Rex here, got Zeke here. What did we do? We set up walk controls, I know that much. We had a robot fight, I remember that. Let's see. Toolbar. Toolbar is missing a few things. Walk controls work okay. Let's turn off the HUD markers on some of that stuff. The balance control all works nicely now, so we don't need that. Do need that. Sensor. That's not how you spell sensor. I pressed all the wrong buttons. Walk sensor. There you go. Don't need you on HUD anymore. I think we'll do the same with Rex. I've done a little bit of work on Rex. Oh, that's a point. Hey, UK Jamie, how you doing, man? You good? Right, where was I up to? Oh yes, the AI sensor, because I've set up some more controls for Rex. I just want to quickly... Smeg. AI head control, AI guard. Oh yeah, that's... I need to rebuild some stuff in Rex to fit that in. That's why I put timers in here. For the AI control, didn't I? I'm sure I did. Yes, I did. I put timers in there for that one, because there you control all the things that need to turn on and off. That doesn't include the walk sensor I built, does it? Adverts on my screen. There we go. How do I get rid of that fucking advert? It's in the way. Ugh, whatever. Adverts in the way of my chat window. Shut the phone. Right. So, I can't remember where I was up to. So I built the walk sensor, didn't I? So that he can't crash into other things. Did I? Yeah, it turns off there. It's definitely tied it into something. Did I tie it into the timer here? No, I have not. Did I put it in any groups? Guard control. Oh, right. There we go. That's why. Okay, so it's in a group. That's fine. Okay, well that's fine then. So, he's walking. He can balance. You can turn, alright. What other things did I do on Rex that I should copy over? So, we've got... Well, let's see, open, close, control systems. I haven't set them up on this one. Reactors, batteries, oh, spotlights and searchlights. I do some of them. I bought some spotlights on his face. I haven't given him any searchlights yet, so we'll try some of that. What's on this first toolbar? Control systems on and off. We did make a system for that, didn't we? Yes, we did. Then let's have... Seeing as we don't have a jaw to open and close, let's swap that to the door so that the controls are sort of similar. Then we can have reactors on and off there. We can have battery recharge there. Did I make a group for the spotlights? Apparently not. What did I call them? Did I call them headlights? I did, and I haven't tagged them either. Oh, and I haven't put easy renaming on this fucking save file again. Ugh, that's a pain in the ass. You know what? Smeg it. Come back to this in a second. I'm putting the easy renaming mod on that game because I'm tired of forgetting to do it. Where are we? We've got so many folders of stuff. Edit settings. Mods. Lots and lots of mods to pick through. Easy renaming. There you are. Right. You can join the party. Cool. That'll make things easier. Right, so I think Zeke is nearly finished. There's not much of him left to go. It's mostly just aesthetic work, so... I might end up starting another Metal Gear in this stream. I don't know whether I've got 4 hours worth of greebling to do on Zeke. So I plan to stream till at least 10 o'clock tonight. Maybe later. And it's pretty much only... Oh, there we go, that's better. I don't know how I've lived without this mod. Right. Metal Gear Zeke, that's so much easier. Headlight. Oh, look at these. Head vent. Heat vent. Head. Messed all these up, haven't I? So much easier. Right, those can be headlights. Let's prefix them. Let's make a group for them. Then they can go on to there. What else did Rex have? Why is that stopped? Oh, this new laptop is a pain in the arse. Would you stop being a pain in the arse? Thank you. There we go. Right, there we go. What else have we got in here? We've got docking controls, we've got spotlights, we've got headlights, we've got other things. Searchlights. Yeah, does he really have much in the way of searchlights on him? Let's find somewhere that we can just stick some. Where should I put some? We also need a camera as well, don't we? What's going on with the internet signal? Going a bit funny. There we go, it's okay again. Right, okay. You know, it does also need a forward camera. It isn't just the head camera, so let's maybe tuck one in there and keep it safe and tucked away. We'll call that camera front. Yeah. Still need a place for some searchlights. Where can we put searchlights? I'll find my searchlights first. Where are they? There they are. Now, where should we put these? You know what? I might put them there. There we go. I have a couple of searchlights there. That'll do me for now. So, searchlights. Left, right. Oh. Oh. Stupid. Don't want that in there. Don't want that in there. So that's going to be searchlight left and searchlight right. And we'll make a group for these. Searchlights on and off. Right, so that is most of that first toolbar. What else did we have on the second one? We just need to get rid of the AI balance thing on there, so you can't see that glinting in the distance. There we go. Oh yeah, cameras. Front camera, head, camera at the back, and then all the weapon controls. That's fine. Okay, toolbar's nearly finished then. Okay, I think I'm back. I think my internet is still alive. Just about. Oh, I need to get a better Wi-Fi card. Are we still streaming? Yes. Okay, looks like we're still streaming, but everyone has disappeared. Because of my relentless internet problems. Fantastic. Oh well. Okay, in that case. Stupid internet problems. Right, okay, at least we're back to life again. Right, so that's that, that's that. We can open the door from here now if we want to. We can actually get out properly, so I just bail out like that, it throws me out the back. Whereas if I open the door, you jump out and actually get out on top. It's better. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. We also need to think about relays for things. Yes, yes we do. Guard mode timers. It's on the same control mode, haven't I? Yeah, that's something I need to put in Rex as well. All those panels, reset them. Ooh, we've got loads of bits here that we need to rename. Oh god, we've got loads of bits we need to rename. All those foot pads. Yeah. Right, let's think about relays then. We need ways to control this thing for distance. So I need at least... Ooh, where the hell am I? I'm there. Right, so we've got loads of room back here. Loads and loads and loads of room. Right, I need at least 3 relays to begin with, so we'll have... Where should we put them? Yeah, stick them here. There's 3 spots. So I'm going to have a relay in the middle. That can be relay docking. In case anybody feels like making a docking control setup. And we'll have relay guard mode to trigger that from a distance. And we will have relay control mode to control that from a distance. Right, so... relays. These can just be set up to whatever channel for now. Of that 3, 4 and 5, because I think Rex is 1. 4, 5 and 6, because Rex is 1, 2 and 3. 4, 5, 6. So... relay in guard mode. When we send a signal to this thing, we will trigger the guard mode timer. Yeah, we'll trigger the timer. Because these 2 timers have fail-safes to turn each other off. So, in theory, the relay signals shouldn't interfere with each other. Yeah, we'll do that. Little gear, Zeke, Mark 1. Cool, so then we have a docking relay there. We'll just have that to send signal. In fact, actually, we'll get it to set channel and send signal. That's number 4. That way we can have that on our toolbar. And then the other 2 are for remote use. This is all... Oh, that's the decoy system, isn't it? Oh yeah, because we had... That was going to be the last page. We had all that decoy system stuff that we didn't build with Rex. Because Rex has got 2 spare pages at the end. Stuff he doesn't need. Okay, right. Alright, let's test. See if those relays actually work. So what did we decide? We decided 5 and 6. Set channel 5. And set channel send signal 6. Oh, that didn't smagging work, did it? Why did that not work? Relays. Relay guard mode 5. That's for action. Trigger guard mode. Trigger now. Why didn't that work? You work. You're Rex, you're alive. Hmm. Right, I can activate guard mode from there. Why could that relay not activate guard mode? Did I do the wrong thing? Nope. Guard mode trigger. Channel 5, except from faction. Except from owner. You're just being stupid. Very strange. Okay. I mean... Oh, hang on. Have I not put an antenna on this thing? Have I only put beacons on it? I bet I've not put a specking antenna on, have I? No, I haven't. I've only got a beacon. That's why I can't send and receive signals. I do that all the time. Right, where are we sticking a fucking thing? You know what, I'm going to try and stick it near the beacon so I haven't got 2 signals miles apart on the same thing. Because I need this one to stay visible for the balance control to work. That one kind of has to be there. Oh yeah, there's a hole in his head. Why is there a hole up there? We made some changes last time, didn't we? Oh yeah, we had to redirect the way the gun was routed. But we did all that. We rerouted it around that to make room for the beacon, so that's just leftover crap from last time. Yeah, that's just crap left over from when it was arranged differently, because now feeds up the side into there. Okay, that is fine. That is fine. Fill that in. That randomly hanging about. What's in here? Conveyor ports. Conveyor ports. Oh, that's a really thin edge, that's why I've done that. Let's do some more of that. There we go. That's better protected. You know what? I might just shove the antenna directly on top. Like it's just not got enough room to move. Yeah, that'll be fine. And I bet your signal will work now. Hey, someone! Hey, Mr. MD, how are you? There we go. I hadn't put a bloody antenna on it. Right. He is alive. His guard mode works. There we go. His automated control mode works. And he's off. To patrol the little route I set up for him. Fantastic. Right. I can stop that. And it all turns off. Cool. His legs seem to be struggling ever so slightly. Let's bump that up a little bit. Let's call it 17.5 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't need loads. There we go. He's not struggling quite so much now. Fantastic. Right, so we can take the word test out of there. There's no more testing on that. I know it works, so that's fine. Doesn't need to broadcast at a range of that far. In fact, it doesn't need to broadcast further than 10 meters, really. But put on 50. Hey, someone. You don't think of the thing, but instead of using GPS markers, is there a thing where the AI blocks can just go in circles? As far as I can tell, no. They need to have at least some kind of reference point to be able to do anything. If they don't, they just behave weirdly. Like, for instance, if you use a GPS recorder block to record relative waypoints onto a grid, and then you copy and paste that grid into another game, the recorder block will default to visually saying it's not set to any reference point or any beacon, but actually it is following, I think, the very first GPS location that was ever recorded into it. So it'll look like it's going off in a random direction, but it's actually going back to the first one ever. And I think that's a bit of a bug with them. But yeah, unfortunately, you need, from what I can tell, you need to set some kind of reference point for the AI blocks to work in whatever context. Like follow player, then there needs to be a player around for it to be able to follow them. Because you've got like the wander when idle settings on some of the AI blocks, but again, unless they are set to patrol a particular location, it doesn't really do much. And occasionally I've noticed a bug with the AI blocks where nothing else is active except for the movement block, and the movement block is still trying to fire the thrusters for some reason, even though it's not got any other block giving it directions on where to go. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain, because I was with my think tank mod I've been working on, I was trying to figure out a way of just spawning mechs into the world that just wander idly, that you can encounter, but I can get mechs to spawn, but without a reference point. They just sit there doing nothing. And you have to physically go into the block and set the reference point. I haven't been able to figure out a scripted way to make it, like, say, automatically follow one of these waypoints when it spawns in. To do that, I have to physically go into it and click on something, and yeah, not quite working at the moment. A bit of a pain. There might be a way to do it, but I'm still very, very new to the whole coding and modding side of this game. The building, I'm fairly well versed in. Coding and modding, I am still very much an amateur. Right, so other than... oh yeah, we've got those 3 spaces there that I don't know what to do with, because we've got these buttons all set up for the decoys. They're all set up. Oop, that was the wrong bloody button again. Ah, keep pressing the wrong button. There we go. Nope, not that one. That one. I don't really need that there, because I've got it there on the next page. So that whole page is dedicated to the head controls. There's something else I can put. That's the rear camera. It's fine where it is. Yeah, we'll think of something else later. Yeah, I don't know what else much there is left to do with Zeke. Short of tidying up a few names, he's mostly finished. I'm just waiting for the new update to come out, because I think there's going to be some things in it I'll want. You know what? I might just start a new Metal Gear, because he is basically done, other than a few things. And I could spend forever and a day umming and ahhing about what I want to do Greeble-wise. Yeah, I think I might actually just start a new Metal Gear. I was already planning on... he's quite bouncy. Doing something similar. Doing something along those lines anyway. Relatively soon. He's basically at the same stage Rex is now, it's just little things. Not too interesting to watch. Right, in that case, let me grab some of my reference pictures and I will start something new. Because I feel like the challenge What was the name of that bipedal one? It's the one with a stupid bloody name, isn't it? Metal Gear. It's the one that's named after the... There it is. It's already in my search history. Sahelanthropus. Yeah, let's try. Let's have a crack at making that one. Yeah, quickly grab some reference pictures. Because he basically looks like Rex but on 2 legs. Quite like that. That looks pretty cool. Give me some decent pictures. Some decent resolution pictures here, Google. That's a Lego model. That's no good to me. Ah, there we go. That's a good one. Reference pics. One of them. Yeah, I can do something with that. Sweet. One of the... I need another decent reference pics here to work from. eBay model kits. Fantastic. Yeah, another one of the best bits of advice I ever got when making replica things of stuff in Space Engineers, or in general. I got the tip from, I think, one of Black Armor's videos years ago. If you're looking for reference pictures, look for high-end model kits. Like those ridiculous, like, $5,000 super detailed model kits that are, like, officially licensed that you find on various websites on the internet. Because they're usually ridiculously detailed, and the websites will often have multiple pictures from multiple angles to try and convince you to buy it even more. So you get all sorts of lovely reference pictures. We've got the colours that look reasonable. Grab that as well. Right, let's open that. And let's open that. Yeah, cool. Right, I'm gonna go with them. Let's bin off the Zeke pictures. I don't need them right now. Yeah, he's pretty much just Metal Gear Rex on a bipedal. He is bipedal already. Metal Gear Rex with a humanoid body. Yeah, we'll try one of them then. Let's see what that's like. Right, so Rex, you're going to come in handy because I'm going to steal your head for a reference point. Alright, let's start something new, because why not? Grab a really obvious colour. Why have I painted with that skin? I clicked the wrong thing, that's why. Hey Jarvis. I don't really do accents very well. My accents are not a horrible mess as it is. So what do we have here? 1, 2, 9 blocks across, and then some tip rotors. We'll use that as a reference point. A bit higher. So. Nah, I don't really do accents. 1, 2, 3, 4. One in the middle is 9. Don't know, I feel it was somewhat insulting to my American friend if I tried to butcher one of their accents. In fact, all the metalwork on him is actually dark grey, so we'll go with that. Go with that colour. So then, yeah, so it was 9 block gap, with that on the end, so they're going to be number 9. 3 block gap for the rotor in the middle, 1 block gap around the edge so it can spin freely, and then, yeah. Then that'll be the outer casing of the armour. With mounting point for the hips. Right, cool. Oop. Wrong thing. Right, so let's do the standard thing I do when I'm setting up these hip controls. Let's just do something like that. Yeah, build the hip rotors off there. Right, so big fat rotors. Let's have that one. Like that. Right, and then we've got some legs that we need to work out. Can I find a better shot of those legs from the side? And there we go, that's a little bit better. Zeke picture, go away. Zeke picture, go away. So he stands tall like a man, but he's got reverse knees like an animal kind of thing. Okay. Was that other picture? Yeah, okay. Right. Ideas. Signals off first, so it's a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. Right, let's... Oh. Right, before we go any further, let's do the thing I forget every single time, without fail. Power. Without power, those rotors and things are just going to start free spinning. And then I'll be very unhappy when everything starts going wrong. There we go. Uranium. Oh, hey, great, no. Yay, another stream. Yeah, I was... It says Metal Gear Zeke Part 7, but I did a little bit of stuff on Zeke, and he's more or less done. I'm not really in the mood to spend the next 4 hours just fiddling with Greeble. I want to build something, so I am starting on the one with the really complicated name, Sahelanthropus. The Metal Gear with the human body type thing. In fact, can I swap over those images to reference pictures that you can all see? Who's that gone? Why are you all the way over there? There you are. Oh. There's one of the reference pictures I'm working from. And where's the other one? Not how you spell it. That's not how you spell it either. Ooh. Ugh, weird dimension bloody things. There we go. That's the other picture. Right. Does my hotkey for them work? It does indeed. Right, there we go. That's what I'm going to build today instead. I'm going to build that bugger. Maybe not with the shield at this point, but I'm definitely going to try and build him with some proper arms. But first we need to get these legs sorted out. I thought something similar as well, but all the reference pictures I've got here, he is stood upright, like so, but his legs bend backwards, or his knees bend backwards. I mean, you know what the games are like. He probably has both modes and can walk with his knees forward and reverse, but trying to do that in this will just be very, very complicated. It actually looks like it's a tiny, tiny, tiny little digitigrade joint. It looks like a tiny double knee, to be honest. But I'll think about that when I get to that stage. First of all, I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing with these hips. There's... yeah, one of the pictures I've got, it kind of sticks out a bit. And it comes down. So if we do... yeah, great and all. Yeah, it does look digitigrade. It looks like he's got a tiny little digitigrade knee in the centre of his leg. It could be undulagrade, it could be a chicken walker, but it does look like a tiny little double knee, so I think I might try and do that. Because I was doing I always try and do a bit of background lore reading on these things before I build them, so I've got a better idea of how they're supposed to function. And from what I was reading, Sahelanthropus has a digitigrade mode where he basically turns into Rex, so he can use his rail cannon properly. So I presume that is actually a tiny little double knee. So I will try and do that, but I'm going to try and make him use it standing up like a man. Maybe, if we can figure out the nonsense behind it, get it to do like chicken walker style legs as well. But I want to try and make him walk upright first, and have him more like an armoured core unit with a Metal Gear head. It's kind of what he is. Oh, I need to sort out the mouse on this laptop. Hey Jacob Jarvis, what are scripts? I don't really do scripts. I thought the mech had its knees bent inwards until he realised it was flamingo legs. It pretty much is, from the look of it. I'll take those pictures down for a little bit. So, scripts are programs you can write and implement in the game. Oh yeah, that's what they are. Yeah, some people use them, some people don't. Some people can, some people can't, depending on your platform. These consoles don't like scripts. We'll get all the right buttons eventually. There we go. In fact, let's pop some mirror mode on there to make the next few minutes easier. So we'll have one of them there, we'll have one of them there, we'll have one of them, and then we can have a couple of them. Not one of them. What shape is that out? Regular triangle. We'll have that, we'll have that. Right, that can be the start of his hip joint. We'll build the leg off the bottom of that. These legs are going to be mirror images of each other. They are going to be different on... They're not symmetrical legs like Rex and Zeke, so I'm going to have to make them both individually rather than just making one and copying and pasting it over. Because the armour on these legs is all tapered to the outside. Oh yeah, Jacob, if you want to learn about scripting and stuff, there are, like someone says, there are pages and pages of GitHub wikis and Steam guides and all sorts on learning how to script. I'm currently using a couple of them myself at the moment to make my think tank mod. They come in quite handy. Because a lot of them will also have like example codes and a lot of resources there that you can copy and paste from to help build your own scripts and code with, and it's really handy. Right, so he's got big fat chunky thighs compared to the other guys. This is going to be interesting. Right. Let's use this as a basis, but we'll build it up. So from the bottom of there, it is 11 blocks. The end of there, where I'm going to join a rotor. Okay, let's call it 11 blocks for now. Do 11 blocks. Let's just build it up like a femur bone. We can build a load of armor around it. And we do something like that. Yeah, and then I'm going to want it to be able to go into this double knee position. So let's tip that forward a little bit. That's mounted on there, that's mounted directly under there. Okay. Okay, right, let's... That's going to be the back of the leg. Clean that up later. So we'll do a teeny tiny little double knee is what we'll do. We'll make it even shorter than this one. What's that? Great Knoll. Sahelanthropus was also the first and only Metal Gear to stand upright and walk in a humanoid manner. Yeah, that's the one. And it really looks like... And it really looks just... Sorry, terrible at reading. And it really looks like just the leg parts bend a little with no second knee. Oh, Yeah, some of the pictures I've got here... Looks like there's a second joint tucked away in the top of the calf. I'm going to put a double knee in there anyway, to start with. Just see what it looks like. Because, I mean, I can, and I might have to adapt it, because technically Rex is supposed to have a double knee here, but having that second joint there was causing me all kinds of problems, so I ended up just turning it into a chipping walker. Might end up doing the same thing here, but we'll at least give it a try. Yeah, so we'll do some of that, and then a bunch of blocks. Not that one. Where is that? There we go. We can have that, we can have that, and then we can do the second joint immediately off that. And that can bend all the way down. That can no, that just a really all the way. Yeah. Right, yeah, okay. Because then we can... I've got a decent picture of the back of his legs. No, of course I haven't. Yeah. Yeah. Right, okay, this dude is like military grey-blue kind of colour, so let's start putting some colour into that. Let's call that 200, because there's a slight hint of blue. That's loads, it's way too much. Call it 20% saturation. That's... it's light against white. A little bit lighter than that, I think. Maybe 210. Grayer, 15. There we go, we'll go with that for now. Right, so the back of this dude's legs. Let's have a look. That picture I've got. Right, so it's going to come out like that, come out like that. May as well make this all blue for now. Angles. I'll work out the angles when all the legs are on angles as well. Let's do another one of them. That gets us right there. We need to come out and around. Oop. Block wider anyway. It's 5 across. And there, 5 across. Yeah. Right, so that needs to be that anyway. Do I think it'd be better to find a video of this mech walking to confirm if it's Digi or... I've looked at a couple of videos and it's really hard to tell. It looks like a chicken walker, but from the pictures I've got, it looks like a double knee. And from my experience, the computer games themselves aren't a great reference point. I've seen different versions of the same mechs walking in different ways across different games. Because I think some of the different animation teams had different ideas of how things work. Oh, hey Dr. Headbonk, how you doing, man? Yeah, because in one of the games, Metal Gear, Rex is walking with his legs completely straight the entire time, just chunking along completely straight-legged. And then in other games, he is walking chicken leg style, where this pretty much the way I've got him set up now, where the bottom half of his legs swing underneath and drop back down. And then there's games where he walks full digitigrade style, like I've built Zeke, where he does actually have the double knee. So the games themselves are only a rough guide, because each different one does them slightly differently. That's why I don't beat myself up too much over getting 100% accuracy on some stuff, because there's just all sorts of different designs. Dr. Headbonk, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just chilling and playing around with more robots. Right, so let's build this up a little bit more. So we were going to go around the side of this rotor. Oh, this hinge. I'd really like more of these half slab blocks in different shapes. I'd really like a quarter section like this, but halved again, so it's just a quarter piece. That'd be really cool. I'd also like a tiny cube. And also a half wedge piece like this would be nice as well. Like that, cut in half, straight down the middle. Now I should just have to deal with them. Well, they're all I have to work with. Where is it? There it is. Up there. You want 1.5 block slopes. Yeah. Absolutely. More blocks would be nice. Alright, so that's going to do that, and then that's probably going to come out another bit from there. Oh, there's absolutely loads of block shapes I'd love. Yeah, that's about right for there. So that can be the beginnings of the bottom of the leg. Okay. And then up here we can do a bit of shaping. So what's going on there? I reckon it looks like we've got something. Oh, I need to move that mirroring now. That is the wrong way. I need to move it to here. There we go. Completely the wrong way around. There we go. Yeah, I reckon it's something like that. It looks about something like that. And then maybe comes out another block. Does something like that. Or that way. Yeah, that's not too bad. Right, before we get carried away, let's... Oh, hang on, I can't just do that. Let's make a copy of that. Let's chop that off here. And stick that on that side. Hopefully that's the right way around. This is that hinge is doing weird stuff now. There we go, that's a bit better. Let's have a look, scale-wise. Yeah, looks about alright. If it's a massive issue, I can just chop it off and move it down a bit. Right, okay, let's try and pad this out then. It's got a bit... Yeah, he's got way more shapes to his legs. Something is going to be... Oop. Real awkward angles to try and achieve. Try and make it a bit blockier than I'd like, but... we do about that. Let's try selecting the right paint colour for a start. Would be handy. me take that out. What's that going to look like if I do that? That's going to create a weird lip there. It is kind of meant to be flat down the front there. I don't know, then again, you look at different reference pictures and the legs are all different shapes. Okay, so it's whatever I feel like then. Fine. And we'll just do something like that for the moment. Might taper the edges of the legs out like that. Maybe try and get some different angles in there. Yeah, that might work. And that, yeah. That should work. That should be about right. So let's fill that in. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I've got ideas. So we could do that. And we could have some of these new little transition pieces come in very handy. Those weird shapes that you encounter. Yeah, and we transition the sides of it into something like that. And then this side comes up about that high. And this side goes up. Higher than the hips, apparently. Oh, hey, Chad P. Art is partly interpretation, so go with the design style you prefer. That's pretty much what I do, Chad. I try my best to get as many official-looking reference pictures as I can. And then just do what I can with the blocks that are available to me in the game. Because you can't get every angle perfect. Yeah, I think that's not looking too bad. Not too bad at all. Right, okay, let's replicate that over here. So what did we do? We did some of that, some of that. The hole in there, building. Oh, it's in there. There we go. So we've done that. We need to do that and that and that. What's that? You wish you could be on the block design team and tell them what blocks need adding? Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? EDP, Ilaki Dance Party, he's done some really good armor block mods over the years. If you ever feel like you're missing a particular shape, get one of his armor block mods, because he's got basically all the shapes that most people feel are missing from the game. He's done a lot of them. I've got a few of his armor block mods for when I want a particular shape. They're quite good. So we'll call that that, and call that that. Yeah, that's the one. Then we do that. And that. Yeah. Cool. Right. Sound. There's some ideas starting to come together here now. We'll stick that there. We'll stick that there. We'll stick that there. We'll drop that side down a bit. Bring that side up a bit as a reference point. It's not going to stay that shape, but it's a rough idea of what's going on with those legs for now. There will always be a limited availability of shapes, so it's up to creativity to use those to make what you want. Yeah, there is a bit of that as well. Creativity is born out of limitation. If you've got everything you could possibly need laid out in front of you, you end up making the same old crap. But there are a few things that I feel like we could have. There's a few little shapes that would be nice. Right, so let's have a look. What else can we do here? Right, they seem to mount a wee bit more. They also some taper off at the top. So what if we take that out and we start doing a different shape from, say, about there. Maybe lower. Let's try there. Yeah, that might be about right. Where I'm spinning that is not right. I think SE2's unified grid system will make the limited shapes less annoying. Yes. Yeah, I think SE2's unified grid system is going to be really, really interesting when I finally get a chance to make some use of it and do something with it. I've not actually played any SE2 yet because, well, I can't build robots in it yet, so there's not much in it for me at the moment. As soon as I can build robots, I'll be all over SE2. That's right. Bring that across there, so that can go to there, and then we can taper that in. Maybe like that. Or what does it look like with that? I'll do it with that, because then we can stick that on, and it looks crap. Gosh, I might need to do this bit a block higher. We will go back up another block. Yeah. Let's see what that's like. Yeah, shallower shapes and round blocks. Some rounder blocks would be nice, Chad. I totally agree. Because the round blocks we've got at the moment are alright, but they're a bit difficult to work with sometimes. Some bigger round shapes would be nice, some different round shapes. I very rarely find anything to put them in because there's so many square blocky shapes that when you start using the round ones it kind of sticks out a bit. That's just my personal preference. What if I turn those into that? What if I turn that into that? Actually, it looks like this bit does come up higher. Detect that a little bit. Let's make that go a block higher. Then what if I actually use that shape instead? Do something like that, maybe. Bring it up a bit more to protect. Yeah, to be honest, it does need to come out another layer. So let's bring it out a bit more. Yeah, because we can add... Where are they? We can put... more of that in there. Nicer. That up. Move that up. Ooh, where are we? We are there. Yeah, used to. You would like larger round pieces to make the exterior of thrusters look better. Yeah, that would be nice. And 1 by 1 by 1 or 2 by 1 by 1 cone shapes. Yeah, some pointy blocks would be nice. Like some things you could make, like you say, make cone shapes out of would be quite good. Yeah, and we can just extend that a bit. We got that. That. And this needs to come across more, at least, so... yeah, let's just try and mirror that. Right there. Right there. That can come out of there. That's not the right shape at all. What am I doing? Oh, cool. So. Bit of that. That in there, and we'll just pop that in there for now. Give that for the moment. Okay. Right, let's try and replicate that on this side. And then try and think about some kind of walk control stuff. So what have we done here? We've extended this out another block, didn't we? Did that. 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 And a bunch of blocks up top. And another load of these. Cones for missiles, fingertips, or even security barricades for small rovers. Yeah, totally. And someone agrees with you. Yeah, exactly. Something like that would be pretty good. I really, really wish that you could build a small grid, like small static grids in the ground, without having to use weird trickery. Ooh, that's the wrong one. There we go, that's the right one. So what do we do from there? We go up one more. Yeah, go up one more. That can come off about there, and then we go up the side of that. Right, that can go off. On the right angle eventually. There we go. Yeah, cool. Right. What else is going to go in there? That's going to go in there. Right, so that goes there. Oh yeah, right, okay, so that was going to be one of them, and then that going to be one of them. That was going to be a triangle right on the front. Yeah, that's the one. It would also be handy if I put mirror mode back on for a second here. It's going to basically be the same. Don't need that bit there. That bit, because we need to replace that with these ones. Oh, no, I've done something wrong there. I've gone differently there. Oh. Missed that out. That's why it looks weird. It's meant to be that. And then those bits in that side. Yeah, that's the one. Cool. Right, then we've got that, and we've got right. Yeah, cool. Okay. Oop, there we go. Yeah, it's not looking too far off, I don't think. Yeah, pretty good. Right, let's have a bit more of a think about the bottom of these legs. We can go mad with greebling later. Let's have a look at the bottom. Okay. Oh, they look nice and awkward. Yeah, they look very awkward. Fantastic. Right, so ugh, put them all in the wrong bloody place. There we go. Something more like that. That's that angle. That's that angle. That looks like it might be something more like that. Possibly. Yeah, because that kind of looks parallel to the front. And maybe that comes down. I know that definitely tapers back. That definitely tapers back a little bit. I think. It's hard to tell. What if I rotate that picture on its side? Will you let me rotate that picture on its side? No, you won't. Alright, sod you. Give me a minute. My reference pictures has just closed it by mistake, like an idiot. Pictures. Reference pictures. Sahelanthropus. Go. Nope, that's not that one. Give me a minute. I'll be done in a second. There we go. Saving the picture in a format that I can actually rotate 90 degrees. Thank you. There we go. Okay, that's a better look. That's a better view. Much better. This is all a mess back here. Let's put that off. Let's focus on the top of this leg first. Get that right. 1, 2, 3. Let's bring it out another block. Oh, hey, Spaghetti Engineer. How are you doing, man? Yeah, so that can come out to probably about there. And then it's gonna come up another block. And we'll just go straight down from there for a bit. Yeah, that's not the best thing I'll be able to do with that. This actually comes out further, I think. Well, I think it doesn't quite look right. Nope, that doesn't want to be there, that doesn't want to be there, and they don't want to be there. So that comes out so, like so. Now, is this angle like that? We'll make that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks deep like that. How thick are the other legs? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Still not quite happy with that shape. Yeah, because it actually, that joins up. That joins back up to there, about there. What if we do that? Still doesn't quite look right. That, still not quite right. Not quite long enough. Bloody anime shapes, he can't always quite get them perfect. Call it 2 blocks of that. That does look better. What would we do? I don't know, because that'll only do 2 blocks because there's not shallow enough, is it? No. Oh. Yeah, we'll just stick with that for now. We'll just stick with that for now. We'll spend forever and a day fighting with the angles. Okay, so we'll go with something like that. Yeah, that's about right. That's about as good as it's going to get. And then I can just stick a hinge on the end of here. Right, let's pop. Oh, hang on. I've got it set in a bit, haven't I? How far is it from that joint to the other joints? Nine blocks. This one's quite significantly different. Yeah, that's going to be too long. Let's inset this a little bit. If we can. The hinge is 3 blocks, so let's... Oop, that's the wrong place. It's the one further back. There we go. Then these we can turn into half blocks for now. There are the half blocks. We do something like that. They are a little bit tapered at either end like that, or something. Yeah, okay. We'll go with that for the moment. Let's stick a hinge on the end of that. Yeah, then we can build foot off of there. Find the right blocks. There they are. Oh, oh my god, I hate pressing that button by mistake. Stop it. Stop. There we go. Sorry about that. I need to get a little launch pad thing for my hotkeys better. Yep, there we go. Oh, there's me pressing it again. Being an idiot. Sorry about that. And then the foot pad on this is basically more or less the same as this. So, oh, not the leg. Yeah, I'll just take that foot. Nick that for now. There's a few differences, but more or less the same shape as that. Yeah, goodbye everyone. How do you end the stream? No, that was just me pressing the wrong button like a dumbass. Yeah, we might just do something like that for now. Yeah, I don't think that's too bad of a starting point. Right, okay. Shapes are starting to come together. Cool, right, let's get rid of that, that, and that. Let's make a copy of that. I want to copy and paste some of this leg straight on there so I don't have to rebuild the whole fucking thing from scratch. Pain in the arse. Right, that can do that, that can do that. Okay, one past there, didn't we? Yep, that can be that. That can all go down there. So we want to chop it off at there. Chop it off. Yeah, that's all one grid, that's fine. Chop that off. Grab that. Stick that on there. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that looks alright. You just need to tidy up the back end of it. It's just that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, cool. Right, they're about the same. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And some little bits of craft we've left lying around. Oop. Cool, okay. I think that's a half-decent starting point. Alright, let's name some stuff so we can try and figure out some programming. Leg rotor left. Actually, where's one of them? They'll be a good reference point for these legs, because they are going to be set up in a very, very similar way. Let's see what the settings like that will be like on this. Oh, ugh. Not going to help much because he's set up to lock his legs when he's not walking. There we go. There we go, that's better. Right, copy all of those settings. There we go. That looks half reasonable already, to be honest. That doesn't look too bad. Oh, that's on a double rotor system. That's not gonna help much, probably. What angle is it on? 45 and 90. 45 and 90. What's 45 degrees like on that? Not a long way. Yeah, we'll try 45 degrees. Why not? Minus 45. That absolutely needs more power, though. And we'll give that... wrong way. Give that the same, call that minus 45. And give that some more power. Probably going to need even more than that. Minus 45. We'll call it 0 for now. Well, that was 0. So when that reverses, and that reverses, lift up a little bit. Or we can just use the front of the leg to lift up. Okay, so if I go with that, these are still nowhere near strong enough though. What would I do on Zeke? You've got big chunky legs. 20 million. I went way, way, way higher than that. Okay, we'll call it 10 for now. Ooh. Yeah, it's much, much more stable. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we've got leg rotor. Leg hinge. Leg hinge 3. What are you doing? $36. It's going to be close to that then, isn't it? Yeah, that'll go that way in some direction. Cool, okay. And that needs to be leg hinge L04. We'll give that a bunch of torque. Then what can we do next? Right, we need to sort this side out. So that's going to be leg rotor R01. Then we can just copy and paste these settings over. They'll be identical on both knees. And so will the foot hinge, actually. That's 25 degrees. And that should retract to 5 degrees to make that flat. No. Nope. -5. -5. -5. Idiots. Not too far off. That's not a bad starting point, that. Yeah, that seems pretty flat. That front foot is out a little bit too far. Yeah, so we need to bring it down by almost a full block. Right, so if we take... Let's just make that 30. And make that 30. That's too much, isn't it? Yeah, that's a little bit too much. I want to try and get them even. Let's split the difference on that. Let's call it 33. $33 is too high. $31. $32 maybe. Maybe you feel like stop jiggling. Oh, 32. You look about right. Close enough for me. Right, so what's that then? 32 and minus 5. That is 5 and minus 32. That is 32 at one end, that is 5 minus 5 at the other end. So that'll be 32 there. Copy all but name. Copy, paste, reverse. Rename that the right thing. So 5 minus 32, minus 5 and 32. 3V. Okay. Right, that's a good starting point for these legs. Let's fill a bit of this in first before we go any further. And that's actually got a little divot in it, so that'll go down there. And that actually leads to a little gap in the leg. Okay, so we might just do something like that in there for now. There. Oh, hey, Moritz Rose. How you doing? Stick that in there. Well, actually, make that colour. So I remember that I need to do something else with it later and make it look a bit more detailed. Right. We'll do more greebling on the legs at some stage. What have we got on the sides of here? Let's do that now, actually. Let's fill these out a little bit. we got going on at the sides here? Let's try some of that. What's here? That's only going to cause problems, that gap. So we could use, hopefully, that maybe? Or is that going to be cutting it too close still? I'll do that actually, and then do that there, so we've got a bit of clearance. Yeah. And we can do the same thing over here. Yeah, that's only going to scrub like mad. We try and turn with that. Oh yeah, I've filled that in as well, haven't I? There we go, that's better. So I'll have one of those there, and then... There is it. We could have that. So that. Moment. Do I? How does the other piece look from a distance? Actually, that one does look better. We'll go with that. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty cool. What else have we got then? Right, we need some of the pointy blocks. There we go. What do we do here? Either do that into all these transition pieces. Oh, there we go. That's the answer. That looks nice. Right, that's sweet. So let's copy that the rest of the way down on this one. Yeah, that looks nice. And then we need, oh yeah, we need one more tip on there. To be honest, I might even have made the end of his legs a little bit too long, but yeah, we can chop bits out later on if we've made it too tall. What can we do around the sides of these legs? Oh, again, that's going to cause us problems. What about... Yeah, we can take it back in like that. We do something similar this side and make it look nice. That doesn't want to be there. Yeah, we'll do that. Then I need to figure out where I'm going to put the control seat. I think I'm going to try and squeeze it into the head again, like with Metal Gear Rex. Hopefully that will work. Yeah, okay, that looks not too bad. And from here, should be able to just go all the way down. Most of the way. It's the end of the leg, like that. Yeah, it looks alright. Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm happy with that. So the top half of his arms are pretty... top half of his legs, quite... got all sorts of angles. The bottom half... yeah, it's quite blocky and boxy. Yeah, that'll do for now. That will do for now. What can we do in here then to make this look better? About... yeah, what do we do this? Let's take mirror mode off so it doesn't interfere with us. There you go, that looks nice. Do that. That. There we go. Fantastic. Alright, what have we got here? More of this. Yeah, we don't want mirror mode. Yeah, cool. Alright, that can go there, that can go there. There are the shapes. Where have they gone? There they are. Let's not have that one though. We got something else that might be better for there. Not really. Yeah, actually, sod it, should be alright. It should be okay. Then again, we're covering up all that bit. I don't want to cover up that. Not too much anyway. Wrong button. Yeah. Nah, sod it, that'll do. That'll be fine. Yeah, so let's mirror that over here. Oh, hey, Nikamon. Will I ever build the Zaku 2 from Gundam? Probably. At some point. Might get around to it. I haven't done any Gundam stuff for a while. Yeah, I might do. Like I've said before, there's more mechs on my list of things I want to build than there are hours in the day to build them all. So, yeah, I'll probably get around to it eventually. I'd never say never to it. Oh yeah, that one's just that, isn't it? It was that, and then it was that, and that, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. Oh, it was that, and it was that one. There we go. One. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the legs like that for the moment while I figure out some more stuff. Right, so how are we gonna make him balance, and how are we gonna make him stand up, and what kind of shape have we got to work with for his torso? Is this a mental list or one can read? Oh, it's just a mental checklist in my head of things that I'd like to try and build. Nothing formal or written down. I have done some stuff with Gundams in the past. I don't think I ever ended up publishing it though, because I never finished it. But I probably will come back to Gundam stuff. I might make that one of my next projects once I've got all these Metal Gear ideas out of my head. Because I've said before, I keep starting these big projects, and then I'll get halfway through them, and Keen will release a new update that revolutionises lots of the things that I do, and then I feel like I have to go back to the drawing board again and start again. What is the goal? Is this small grid? Is it going to be a gigantic? This is all small grid. I like working in small grid. You can get a bit more detail into the designs. When you work in large grid, things get out of hand very quickly, and your game starts to chug very quickly, so I usually do small grid stuff. Rex and Zeke are both small grid. This thing that I built a while back is small grid. In fact, I'll probably use a few ideas from him, because he's got very similar shaped kind of torso to the idea I'm going to be using, actually. I just need to figure out how to get a Rex style head onto him. So this is going to be the center of our mech. He has got a great big crotch gun, like all of the others, obviously. And then he's got a big torso. Probably get the balance control on the top. And do some things down here to get the gyro control in the middle. Oop, at the bottom rather. That. Because then he's got a weird little crotch gun like all the other Metal Gears. There we go. New mode. That can be the bottom. And that can come out. Now, rotor. I'm gonna need to be able to get. No, I'm not drawing things on a real drawing board. It's all just a mental drawing board. Just ideas in my head. Yeah, because he's got a big phallic-looking gun sticking out the front. So, well, we're at least gonna need to have that same space around there. Means we're at least going to be coming up again there. Yep, stuck on blocks. There we go. That'll be going up something like that. That'll be going up something like that. Probably run conveyors through there. In fact, if I mount the rotor on a block, I can run the conveyors directly under the rotor and they won't get in the way. Because we need that in the centre. How many gyroscopes have the others got? I'm going to need a few for this guy. I'm going to have to do something like that, aren't I? What did I do on the Mao? Oop. Yeah, I also did something like that, didn't I? Let's screw some more in. A bit of mass. Right, okay. So let's put some beam blocks in there. But because I like to greeble inside and outside, I'm going to make all his electronics silver. So we do that. Yeah, I'll do that bit. No, I won't. I'll do it all silver. Do that, and then we can do that. Get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16 gyroscopes on there though. That should be more than enough. I don't think we'll need that many, but you never know. So three across there, 3 across there. Another 3 there. There we go, that should be the basis of our turning control system. Hopefully that can spin without scrubbing on the blocks on the outside. Sweet. Standing or hunched? I'm doing the standing version to begin with, to make sure he can do the standing bits, because otherwise I'd just be making Metal Gear Rex again, and I've already done him once. And if I can get him working with the standing version, I will then attempt to try and make him do the hunched version as well. But for now I want him to have the upright position that he is more well known for. Right, so before that will need all that space. You'll need a way of piping down to the crotch gun that will be down there. We'll figure that out later. What else have we got on the front of here? Right, so that will be that bit. Let's fill this out a bit, get a better idea of the shapes we're going to be working with. That doesn't need to be there. That's in the wrong place. Another block that side. Another block that side. Then, awkward shape. Ooh, there we go, that's a better picture. Okay. Right, so it's all big and blocky and square around the very front of this. Kind of like that. Comes out way further than that. We'll do that instead. We'll have that gap there. Yeah, something like that. Artistic interpretation and all that. There's going to be a few things I can't get exactly right. Yeah, that doesn't look good though. Let's make that off. What we do? Maybe if we go from here instead. We still have enough room to clear those rotors. Yeah, plenty of space. Yeah, that should be plenty of room. Let's give that a little bit of extra support there, though. Yeah, so that can come off. That can be like that. Yeah, we can put that there. Put that there. 1, 2, 1, 2. Cut that out. Goodbye. See you later. There we go. And we go with that being a rough idea for the centre of this thing for the moment. Let's just add a few more blocks here though to give this a bit more structural support. Okay, so I delete the wrong thing by mistake, which I am known for doing. But I will label those bits yellow so I know that I can remove them and replace them with something else if I need to. Okay, so that's that. That could actually stand to come down a little bit. Then let's spin that real fast and turn the lights out and see if anything's sparking. Oh, I see a little bit of sparking. Is it too low? Is that the issue? Yeah, okay. Leave it there. It seems to clang a little bit when it's lower than that. There we go. Turn the lights back on, see what we're doing. Cool. Right, you get to be turn rotor. And you get to have lots of torque. Because this thing is going to make our entire mech swing around. That's the wrong one. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Oh, we need share inertia tensor on it as well. Right. I need to get another decent picture of the back end of him, because he looks like he's got these huge, great big pods on the back of his legs, but I can't see them properly in any of the pictures I have, so let me just try and find another picture. The back of him. Come on, give me one of the back. Oh, that's more of the front. Ah. Oh, that's a good piece of concept art. Ah, cool. There's another good one. Let's get that one open. Ah, wicked. That's a lovely two-tone 3D model. There we go. Oh, he's got little pods on the side of his legs as well. And yeah, the back of his arm and the back of his legs is open, like I have left it. Cool. Okay, alright. He's got some big barrel-y looking things on the backs of his legs. Ah, that's another good one. Bear with me a second, guys. Grabbing some better pictures. There we go. That's a lovely picture of the back of him. Cool. Right. So let's have a look at this. Let's get rid of that. Right, okay. Kind of difficult to make out, but from the look of things, yeah, from the look of things, I'm gonna have to make a few adjustments for the design choices I've made. In fact, actually, we could probably drop that center rotor down a whole lot more. I'll change it to there instead. It's the wrong one. There we go. Once again. Right, that layer can come out. That can come off, that can go on, that can come off. And go on. Something to consider for a future mech challenge. A silhouette knight from the anime Knight and Magic. Can't say I'm familiar with that. The backhand arms are sure to be a real challenge to replicate. Yeah, I can't say I'm familiar with that anime. But I'll have to check it out. I always like finding new inspirations for stuff. You can let me paste that onto there. Yes, you will. Is it the right around? Yes, it is. There we go. Get that a little bit lower. A bit more centralised between the hips. Sweet. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. There we go. That's better supported. Tidy that up in there, don't we? Where is it? There. Under there. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do with that bit later. We'll just do something similar up the back. Yeah, right. Let's have another little consult with some of these pictures. Yeah, okay. No, that's not too bad. Yeah, we will have the back slightly different. We've got a load of stuff to mount on the back, we don't need as much on the front, so that'll be good like that, I reckon. And this top layer, let me cut that back a bit. Just need to clear the top of that. We don't need... yeah, we are going to need space for piping, but I've got that there. It's fine. Run conveyor routes up that gap and up that gap if necessary. Or I can just flat out replace the blocks down the side with the reinforced ones. Yeah, that'll do. Right, so rest of his torso. Let's try and throw a few ideas together. Okay, right, so he's gonna get a little bit skinnier in the middle. If we do that, and then he tapers in the middle slightly, and then he's got some big round things on the back, and then he's got a big wide chest section. I'll probably get the... what's that? No? Oh, you off fire? No worries, man. Have a fun time, dude. See you in a bit. What are we on? 3 hours? No, that's not too bad. It's only 10 to 9. Yeah, let's slap a triangle in there. Yeah, that kinda makes the shapes that go in there. Got a bit of something that's going to stick out the front to mount the gun on. It's probably going to come out like about so. And that, I think, is going to be... yeah, that's going to be the same colour as the armour. Yeah, and then that's going to come down like that. Those are all in the wrong place. Yeah, and then looks like it swings back a bit like that. We'll just do that for now. Actually, take those blocks out so we can run some conveyor tubing through there. Then the gun gets mounted down here somewhere. Yeah, and then that comes down a block. Let's grab a different colour. So there's a little bit of a colour change here. And also, slightly inset. Something like that. Then eventually grab the right colour. Yeah, and then we've got a thing that comes off there. And then we mount the gun off the bottom of that. Yeah, and then there'll be a hinge and a rotor thing around there. Cool. So, what have we got on the top of this thing? It is actually kind of tape it around the edges. Let's grab those instead. Bring it out a block from there. And then it looks like it does something like that, and something like that-ish. It could go wider with it actually, but right like this for the moment. And that can come down a block. Don't really want to go much more than that. And then at the back, around here, it does something like... Where's that start? It starts about there, doesn't it? Yeah, and then we can mount a rotor in there. Grab that colour, grab a small advanced rotor. That can live about there. That can push out all the way, and it can have a small hinge on the end, and that is where we are going to mount the gun later on. Yeah. Cool. Okay, and then... Right, let's go up a bit more then. So, what have we got? What have we got? Leave that there. Yeah, we'll leave that there, and then we can come up a bit more. That. Oh, hey Marcus, how are you doing, dude? So that's gonna be like that. I think I'm gonna need... actually... one of them there. I'll do the same angle on the front. See if I can put the blocks the right smagging way around. Happy to be sitting down. Well, good man. You had a busy day, have you? Let's pop that in there. That in there. Go. Be like that. Yeah, I think that needs to go up another bit more. So I'll do that. And fill that in. Do that. And we'll do that. I've made the hips a little too skinny. We can correct that later. A day of running errands, fun. Well, at least you're back home and chilling now. That's good. What if I use them instead? Can I get a nicer curve? I'll do it like that instead. Yeah, so I still end up having to use that shape anyway. Where is it? That can go in there. Oh, I think I know what might solve my little problem. Let's chop all that out. Oh. Need to get rid of those two on the back. Yep, you roly-polies. There we go. How is it tapering the wrong fucking way? Oh, hang on. You grab it from the right place. Might help. Yeah, that's how I wanted it. I wanted it overlapping like that. Right, so let's pin that in with the right shapes. There we go, that can come out. There we go, that's the overhang I wanted. That's better. Yeah, right, and then that chest goes into some weird stuff. So it all tapers back out again here. Okay, right, better idea of what I'm doing now. That can go there. That can go there. And then we go up at least 2 blocks there. Yeah, that's looking a bit better for scale. Might make it go up 3, so it's a nice square there. And then we build up the next layer of his armor, which is gonna come out a bit from the look of it. And then that potentially goes up another level. And then might be something like that up towards the neck. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Okay, right. That's not too bad at all. So, what other shapes have we got here that we need to continue? Where is it? There it is. Oh no, actually, that all needs to follow this shape now. Yeah, we'll need to do that now. Let's put that in there. That in there. That and that. Yeah, that's not too bad. It comes back far enough. Have a look at this then. So this needs to be... This is actually quite square and blocky. But then again, all depends on which design you go for. You know what, we'll just get this to follow this same angle. All the way around. Probably be a bit easier. let's pop some blocks in there, so that's better supported. Be like that, and then that. Be like that for... not many blocks, because we are going to start building the armor now. Or start figuring out where we're going to mount the arms from. Because I want them in line with the hips. Yeah. So the arm hinges, or arm rotors, that comes around to there. One, two, three, four, five. That's that. So. Yeah, that's going to be about there. Leave that like that. One, two, three, that's going to not that far. Let's... it needs to be a little bit further than that, I think. Then again, let's taper it back a bit. Let's do... that either side. Oh, hang on. I'm doing this. Too low down. Right, looked funny. It wants to be there. Yeah, it wants to be there, so it's in line with this stuff. That's why it looked weird. Yeah, that'll be why it looked funny. Yeah, so that can come out like that. One, yeah, like one, two, three. Need to get a rotor in there. I want to try and cover a little bit. So, I might actually make that mount another block either side. And then go up there. Actually make it wider. Yeah, that would make more sense to do it like that. Cool. Okay. One, two, three. Oh yeah, that needs to go. If we brought that forward, we could. Spin that a bit. Spin that out. We've still got a 5-block gap. Yeah, sweet. Then then we could stick. Grab that colour. That could be potentially. I don't know, it wants to go up another block, maybe. Oh no, actually. Where's my big rotors? Not too bad, I don't think. Not too off the mark. Yeah, do that. Then we could have some large hinges. Actually, I want something to potentially build some protection around those hinges. They don't have connection points on the side, which is a pain. We'll do a couple of sorters. And some hinges on. Oh, of course, it's in the wrong place. Some hinges on the end of them. Pitch them down. For the beginnings of the arms. That doesn't look quite high enough to me. Yeah, I might bump that up. Another block. Put that off. Put that up there, because I might want to taper this bit down here a little bit. In fact, yeah, I will want to do that. Yeah, let's try that again. Let's put that there. Rotor on the end. In fact, actually, we could inset that a little bit to protect the rotor some more. We put that there. And then put that there. I then put the rotor on. The rotor base is mostly protected. We can kind of tuck that away. Then we can put that back on. And then we can put the hinge back. Yeah, the bottom of this has got a little bit of a curve to it, so let's try. What can we do with that? Take that off there. We do that. 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 We can get a nice curve on the front. And then we'd have to take that out. And we could go with that, or we could go with that. I might go with that. There we go, that's a nicer curve. Copy that at the back. Yeah, okay. Wait. Might take them out. Them in. Yeah, cool. Right, then this front edge. Let's try and get more shape in here. That and that are going to go there. That are going to go there. We're going to have happening over there. Well, that can only really be one shape, so we'll have to do that. That ain't gonna work, it's gonna have to be that, that, all the way up there. Yeah, that'll have to do that. Not going to get much better than that. Yeah, not doing too badly actually. Right, so there are some grill looking things, almost like ribs under there. I've got an idea for them. Something like that for the moment. So I come up with a better idea. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, right. This corner here. What am I doing with this corner? Yeah, let's do that. And it starts getting very complicated around his shoulders. To figure out where we're going to mount his head. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. Arms are going to live there. Scrub, I'll take that out for a moment. Oh, actually, if we it's extended out all the way. Oh well, here's what it is. So we'll box that in, box that in. Do one across the top so we can work out where we're going to build from next. Oh, hey, next level lifestyles. What up, man? Cheers, dude. Thank you very much. Yeah, I like to try and do things that are a little bit different to what everyone else does. I'm not as much into spaceships, I'm more into robots. Right, let's try and mirror that. What piece was that? Oh, yeah, I know what it was. It was that. There we go. So it was that. And that. Not that high. Yeah, that'll do for now. Then his back is totally different to the front, so I will leave that there. Yeah, I need to work out where we are going to mount his stupid face, and then we have to build the damn thing. This thing was complicated to build last time. Might see if I can get away with just cutting and pasting the whole thing on and re-greebling it in place. So we need to get his head mounted in here somewhere. Now, that's the centre of his arms. The centre of his arms are there. Now, his neck is mounted lower. Well, actually, it's mounted about the same. Yeah, okay. Flat back so I can see what I'm doing better. Right, let's try stick in one of these, not conveyor sorter, conveyor converter, that's the one. Stick one of them there, that is central with the shoulders. His neck isn't quite as long as Rex's. We want rotor, hinge, neck, and then head. Because if I don't put the rotor in there, the neck hinge clangs and does horrible sounding things. That's too high. Let's try and mount that lower. Much lower. Can we get it? Oh, that was the mounting point for that. Well done. Yeah, so put that back on, take that out, mount it. That's why you keep coming back, keep it up. Glad to catch a live stream. Oh, cheers, dude. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, that'll be a little bit better. Then we can throw a hinge on here. I really need to come up with a consistent way of organising my toolbars. And that can sit forward, and we might see if we can be cheeky. And just lock poor Rex's head off. Well, looks like pasted in place. But first we're going to make a few adjustments. Let's take that off the front. But let's take all of that off the front so I can see inside it a little bit better. There we go. So I reckon we're definitely not going to need that. His neck doesn't appear to be anywhere near as long, so we'll take out that. Get rid of all of that. Hopefully, where have we gone? There we are. I think that might still be a little bit too long. Oop, and that's not nearly strong enough. Copy all. Copy, paste. Doing that thing where you're stuck, broken. Go past where it is, come back, there we go. I think the body's a little bit too small, to be honest. for that head. Then again, one of the images I've got, he's got a gigantic head. Let's recolour a load of stuff. Might look better when it's all the same. There we go. Right, that's a considerable chunk of it. Oh, I'm painting that with the wrong colour. Yeah, I think I might have to bring his lower jaw down. The top half of that doesn't look too bad. Once I get the arms in place, it'll be alright, but yeah, I need to trim this jawline down. If I can, make it a little bit skinnier. Some blue left there. There, dark grey rather. It's not too bad. It's about the right scale. Definitely ways I could trim the jaw down though. There we go. What piece did I... You know what? I'm going to re-greeble the hell out of this thing anyway, so... Let's just make a few little changes here and there anyway. Because you've still got those on the side. You've still got those on the side. Let's just change the colour of them a little bit. That's that. Yeah, let's do that differently. Let's do that like that. Let's make that colour. Let's... in fact, let's put the sci-fi armour on there in that colour. Go, something like that. And then on the front, we need to fix that back up. Put some mirror mode on there. Let's... that same pattern until I replace... but, oh yeah, and I'll not be able to do that at all across there because they're all joining wrong way, so we'll do that the other way around, like that. I still think his head's a bit big. It might just be the jaw throwing it off. Oh, hey, radiation. Short arms. Ah, I've not even built the arms yet. Once I build the arms, it'll probably look a bit better. I need to build up the shoulders. And do all that armour first. Yeah, in fact, I might even have to move the arms out a little bit. Or I can actually leave them where they are and design the arms slightly differently. Yeah, I think I might do it that way instead. Body looks a little small in proportion to the head. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm thinking. I think it's mostly the jaw throwing it off, because the jaw's really wide. Because he has got big old shoulder pads that I haven't built up yet. Where's that picture of me? Not that one. It's that one. Yeah, because some of the pictures I've got, the head is massively out of proportion to the body, and some of them it's really small. With a tiny, skinny little jawline. That needs to come out of there anyway. Let's see if we can trim this jaw down a little bit. Let's make a copy. In case we smeg anything up. What can we do to make it a bit skinnier? To start, we need to decide what colour it's going to be. I'm just going to paint it the same colour as the rest for now. Open his mouth and blast them. Yeah. Could be. I mean, he is going to have a big railgun on his back. And he has got guns built into his arms from some of the pictures I've been looking at. We'll try something like that around his jaw instead. Get rid of all of this. Wrong thing. It's not quite wide. Because I can't really get his head much smaller than this. I've tried building Metal Gear Rex about 10 times. Yeah, it's about as small as I can get it and still be a functional cockpit, so there's not much I can really do to make his head smaller. I don't want to have to rebuild that entire body. I think his shoulders might just not be wide enough. Yeah, it might even just be his shoulders aren't wide enough. Let's try reshaping his torso a little bit. Let's put them that way instead. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. It actually looks like it tapers out a bit like that. Big old shoulder pads. Let's try and figure out what we're going to do with them. Yeah, because they're mounted to here. So, let's do this. Let's just mirror what we've done up there. Or down there, rather. So what did we do there? We did 3 of them. And then some of them. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah. Yeah. That was going to be one of them. One of those. We'll copy that on the back. Yeah, it's sort of big and rounded around his shoulders. from what I can see on the various pictures. So I'll do that and that and that. That, and then we can go up again like that. And these shoulders are going to have great big shoulder pad things on them. Gonna go around like that, sort of. And cover that up. Like that. I'm going to take that armour colour. Build something up around that. Oop, that's the wrong place. That will have plenty of clearance like that, hopefully. Because I want that to be able to swing back and forth. Just a little bit. Call it minus 20 and 20 for now. Oop, too many. If I put that there instead, you are still clear, aren't you? Yes, you are. You wouldn't be if I did that all the way back. You would come into contact. Let's leave it like that. Okay, so we've got that like that. It's coming up way above the shoulder now. Can't really get it as tight as I'd like it on the angle I really want, so pull that. Oh, you know what, the sun's going down behind me. There we go, let's see what I'm doing again. That'll be like that. We'll just have the arm hinge like that, and the arm can hang down well clear of the sides, rather than bending it down. Yeah. One more, then we'll throw that on. Yeah, because that is gonna need that on there. There's a place to build the arm from. And we'll come straight down with some blocks off there. And then it's got a round looking shape on it. So let's throw that together. It looks like it's got... Do it like that. Do it like that. Do it like that. Looks a bit big actually. Maybe. What if we do it with half blocks instead? Yeah, it looks a little bit better. It doesn't need to be quite that big. Also, then that will come out a few blocks. Oh, no worries, Great Noel. You have fun with your steak. I am jealous. I don't have steak. Yeah, and then we're going to have the arm like that, because the arm isn't that wide. So then that would be able to lift up. About 30 degrees. 35. Or minus 35. All the other one's 0. And that way it can lift from there. About up to there. To be honest, actually, I'm going to need to drop that lower because I'm going to bring that down further. Might even need to be 25 because I am going to come down further than that. Then again, I do actually need to make this bit longer. That can go. Want that to overhang a little bit more than that. That's going to be about right, I think. Yeah, that'll be okay. Yeah, sweet. Okay. Let's try and taper this round. How wide is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What would we take it in? A bit. Can we? Oh no, so that's going to cause problems, isn't it? Actually, it might not. Put that back. That rotor. No, it's actually got more clearance than I think it does. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that and that. We'll just fill that in with that for now. We'll find a better way of doing that later. And then at the front, we can... something like that. And that's got another layer of blocks in the front and back of that. I'll sort that out in a second. Not a great deal we can do with this to make it not look crap. Yeah, we'll go with that for the moment. Everybody talking about food in the chat. Making me hungry. Yeah, now that I've built those shoulders up, the head doesn't look quite as out of place. I'm still going to work on trimming that jawline back a bit though. Do that in a bit. Because some of the controls on this are still going to work. Some of them will be broken. Yeah, it doesn't look that out of scale. Once I've got the rest of it all built up, I don't think it'll be too bad. Let's make a copy of that. Get rid of that one. Let's crop all that off, crop all that off, crop all that off, get rid of that. Get rid of this junk that's lying around here. Of course you landed exactly the wrong way round. Why wouldn't you? That in the middle. Oh, I've just pasted 2 hinges on that, you idiot. That bit I want to paste it onto. In fact, I've still got it on my toolbar, my clipboard. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's looking better now. Now he's got his big chunky shoulders. What I need to do to fix that other side, I need to put in... Is it a row of them? Oh no, a row of them underneath that. Go, that makes life better. Crikey. Well, I did grow up in the UK, but I don't use a lot of English colloquialisms. You're more likely catching me to say Irish things than English things. What's different there? Oh, what's... yeah, that's what's different. That will go all the way up to the front, at least for the moment. That can go there, that can just be that. So it doesn't actually catch on anything, so we can take that out, replace it with that. And it should be fine. Yes, biscuits in the US are very, very different from biscuits in the UK. I've watched many a video of people arguing about them. But yeah, biscuits are a very, very different thing over here. What is my go-to comfort dish? Salt and pepper shumai. I don't even have to think about that. Salt and pepper shumai is like my favourite food in the entire world. Long time ago, when I used to live in Liverpool, I lived round the corner from one of the best Chinese takeaways I've ever lived near in my life. And I wish a lot of the time that I still lived round the corner from that place. I ordered it so often that I literally didn't even have to order it. I would ring up and they would see my number, they would hear my voice and go, "Do you want salt and pepper shumai?" And I'd go, "Yes, please." I'll be there in half an hour. I've even gone as far as learning how to make it myself, so I don't have to spend so much money on takeaways. Because I have a big, big love of Asian food. Particularly Chinese and Japanese food. And unfortunately, takeaways are really expensive, so I learned how to build a lot. I learned how to cook a lot of it myself. Yes, Chad. Yeah, the way you say biscuits and gravy does invoke the vision of essentially putting gravy on cookies. Cookies are a slightly different thing to biscuits in the UK, but they're very, very similar. But yeah, it does give you visions of that with a British upbringing. Is why would you want gravy anywhere near your biscuits? That's gross and weird. But if biscuits are a different thing in the US, then that makes sense. In the UK, we are more likely to have Yorkshire puddings with gravy. That is the more traditional thing to have it with on this side of the pond. Yorkshire puddings are absolutely delicious. And if you don't know how to make Yorkshire puddings, they are really, really simple. Get some pancake batter, stick it in a fairy cake tea tray type thing that you'd put in the oven when you're making little fairy cakes, and put the pancake mix in there and let it cook for 20 minutes. This is the age-old discussion about the difference between desserts and things like that in the US and the UK. Crumpets are, again, a very different thing. I'm not even sure how they get made. From what I know, American biscuits are similar to the British idea of scones, or scones, depending on where you're from. But again, I grew up in the UK, but I'm not really into British food that much. I've always been obsessed with foreign food. Generally, the spicier and the weirder it is, the better. What do you do there? Oh, we put in another one of them, that's why. Yeah, that's why. That's the one. That makes more sense. How did we do that bit? We did that, and then we did one of them, one of them and them, I think. Yep, that was more like it. I'm stuck in his shoulder pads. And then we've got a bunch of these down here. And then he's got all sorts of stuff hanging out of his back, so we'll leave that bit open. But for the moment I'll connect that up so the head is actually a little bit more firmly attached to his body. Yeah, now I've thrown his shoulders in, his head doesn't look quite as out of place. Definitely trim it down some more though. Let's try make his jaw a little bit skinnier. The cockpit won't be as well protected, but that's the sacrifice we're going to have to make. What can we do here? Yeah, I like food too. I love food. That's why I'm quite happy to talk about it. Oh yeah, I can't put that there because that's got the wrong angle. We might just do that, you know. And then this bit, we could change that. Yeah, we could actually change that to some of these instead. Goodbye. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Then we could have pointy tip there, and then we could have one of those wedges in there, and that looks a bit better. What might leave that ridge on there. I think that bit like that. Nope, not like that though. Put that in the middle. About as skinny as I'm going to be able to get it, and then what can we do about this bit? What can I do to make it not look too? Oh, that can go. That doesn't need to be there. Yeah, I might leave it with that little ridge at the back of his jaw. Yep, that's totally what I wanted to do. Yeah, I don't think he looks as bad now that his shoulders are in place, and I've cut his jaw down a little bit. You've seen a Korean lady eat banana and rice. You like bananas? Yeah, I've not had much Korean food. I've had some Vietnamese food. I've not really had much Korean. Like I said, I used to live in Liverpool, and there's a huge Chinese community in Liverpool, so there are restaurants and takeaways everywhere. So I've had a lot of Chinese food over the years. And a couple of good Japanese restaurants in Liverpool as well. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. What time is it? 4 hours, 10 minutes. Okay, right, I've been going at this for 4 straight hours now. So, I am going to quickly go and grab a cup of tea, because I completely forgot to go and get a cup of tea and have a little tea break. But, yeah, might do another hour or so. See if we can get that dude walking first. But in the meantime, I'll just leave these dudes following me, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back very soon. Right, I'm back. And Rex has left Zeke in the dust, hasn't he? You definitely need some tweaks then. You're not very quick. Right, well, you can follow me back over here then. We're going to fall off a cliff again? No, this is Earth-like. I'm building the think tank mod on Pertram. Or Pertum, rather. Because that's the planet that I kind of intend for it to be mostly used on. And it's got a slightly higher gravity as well, so if I build mechs on that and they can work and function in that higher gravity, they should work on the other planets pretty well too, because I've had that problem before where I've built things on Earth and taken them to other planets with higher gravities and they haven't been able to stand up properly because everything's been a bit weirder in the higher gravity. And we'll see if Rex can beat Zeke on the way back, because Zeke needs to be a bit quicker. Chat delay. Yeah, there's like a 30-second delay between what I say and what you guys hear. It's a bit annoying sometimes, but that's the way of YouTube. Right, let's have a look at his arms. Let's try and get a bit more of that in there. I do still think his hips aren't going to be quite wide enough. Yeah, he's going to have... Yeah, his hips need to be slightly wider, I think. So, pain in the arse. Yeah, I think his hips need to be wider, because he's going to be a little bit topply side to side. And all the pictures I've got of him are he's a little bit wider stanced. So, let's chop that off. I was going to say that leg's standing up very well, but it's leaning on that. Right, let's... not have mirror mode on. And do that. Because the hips are meant to stick out of it anyway. Oh. Need to add another rotor head back onto there. Is it because of that stuff down there? Yes, it is. Right. Oh! The other Metal Gear are back. Oh, Rex nearly beat him. He caught up. Right. You off. You off. There we go. Let's put that leg back. Let's take that picture down. Torturous internet connection. Yeah. There's a little bit. Oh, see you later, Great Knoll. Oh, I was next level getting off. Oh, right. Anyway, whoever's gone, goodbye. Thank you for watching. Right, let's try putting that leg back on there now. You gonna give me any more grief? There we go. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. I'll do that. Let's have some more of them. Oh yeah, I need to put that back. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. A little bit wider. Yeah, and then I can actually armour up around that connection with a bit more room like that. Yep, that'll do me. Cool. Right, these are arms. So, what can we do about these arms? They are actually quite skinny. I'm not going to be able to make them too skinny. I'm limited by the blocks I've got to play with. So we need to get a conveyor connection going down from there. Okay, so to start with, put one of them there, one of them there. And build it up from there. Oh no, not there. Oh yeah, because it's one block inset. I need to do that. And just do that. There we go. There we go, I'll actually keep that better protected. Then we need to extend the arm out in either direction. Got plenty of room to do it there. Cool, we'll do the same thing here. So what did I do? I did a corner. I'm going to build a bunch of them down there. Got those Metal Gear bearing hips. Yeah, well, you need to have the hips wide enough to a certain extent so he doesn't tip sideways. If they're too skinny, he'll just topple over left or right. In all the pictures I've got of him, he's got quite a wide stance, and he's, from those pictures you can see at the side, he's got some pretty birthing hips, so yeah, why not? Right, so fill that in. I'll leave them exposed for now, just in case we need to get into that. That can all come out. That can come out, that can come out. Right, and then these arms. So we'll have a hinge just above his hips. Got 1, 2, 3, call it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where's that sideways picture I had? That was pretty good. In fact, let's set his arm. Back, like that. There we go. Get a better idea of the scale of it. Yeah, we'll give it 2 more blocks. Then we can have a hinge here. In fact, yeah, we are going to need to put some piping in to there. We'll cut that out. Stick that about there. So what's that? 7 blocks. Yeah. Then we can have a hinge there for his elbow. Yeah. Sweet. What's that, Chad? Talk of food combined with a stream and talk about SE2. Imagine doing this work over a lava lake in SE2. Yeah, I'm hoping the environments that we get in SE2 will be as interesting as all of Marek's dev diaries keep saying they will be. And all the little updates. Because, yeah, having things like proper lakes and lava fields and all kinds of stuff like that in the background while you're playing or during a stream or whatever would be quite cool. I quite like that. Right, and then the bottom half of his arm. Let's have a look at that. It's got oh, I see. Right. So we are doing things kind of like we've done that knee. You know what? We can worry about that later. I want to get these legs working first. I'll try and do that stuff. I also need to put in a mounting point for what is going to be the AI balance control eventually. That is going to go there, and we've got space in the chest there to put a beacon. What are we going to do about that? Yeah, we need to grab that silver colour for a start. We need to put that in there, and we need to build a few bits and pieces. Don't we need to? What did I do for Zeke? Zeke's has been one of the best balance control systems I've got working so far. Let's copy that. There it is. We need to build something like this. Yeah, so move block, recorder block, then blocks on top for mounting gyros on. Sweet. Right then, AI blocks, flight move. Ah, why is red left? Why is it not right? Still annoys me. What's that? If we do get Lava Lakes Nessie 2 at some point, you know, someone will make a mod to play The Floor is Lava. Yes, someone will absolutely try that. I might even try that myself. So that's going to be like that. Then we're going to need a bunch of gyroscopes, wherever they are hiding. There they are. And then we need some beams on top of that. Where is it? There it is. Have a good think about where the hell I'm going to put the warp controls. Everything's going to get taken up by balance controls at the minute, because getting this thing to balance is going to be interesting, seeing as he's so tall. Will I ever make spaceflight centered mechs? I was saying this the other day, Nikimon. As soon as the new update comes out with those tiny little O2 tanks, absolutely. Because I've had a little mess around with making space-based mechs, but if you want them to be functional, you need an oxygen supply. And the only oxygen tanks we have at the moment are bloody huge. Like that takes up all the space I've got in there for batteries to power the mech. And that much oxygen is actually loads and loads and loads and loads for a single player. You could probably last for quite a long time with just that one tank. Whereas this kind of mech where you just want to go out and do like a little 10-20 minute excursion in it, you don't need 6 days of oxygen. So yeah, when those little tanks become a thing, I will definitely start making more space-centered things. Because those little O2 tanks look like they're 2x1 blocks, so you could squeeze them in so many places. Rather than just having one stonking great oxygen tank taking up loads of valuable space or hanging off the back of your mech like a sore thumb. Right, so we're going to need to put a few more gyros in there, and then we might be able to squeeze the warp controls just underneath there. In fact, I'll worry about balance control in a bit. Let's actually do that. Let's see what we can squeeze in there. We're on 4 hours, 40 minutes. Might do another 6 hour stream again. Why not? Right, so that can be walk, cycle, capital letters. So it's a spot. And then we'll have the pair of controllers. Yes, there's been lots of people have mentioned gyroscopes with more than one mounting point because they are so frustrating. The small grid prototype gyros are quite cool, but they're a 4x4 block, so they're awkward to fit into builds a lot of the time. Whereas the large grid prototype gyros are, they're just like this, they're a single block, they're the same size as regular gyros, but they've got mounting points on all sides. So the prototype gyros are actually really good for doing large grid mechs. I've done a little bit of experimenting with it. Not much, but they are quite good for it. Let's have a quick check on what did we do in Zeke. What did we do? Real warp controls. We had a forward and a reverse return because we're basing the return controls off the hip positions. Okay. So I need to put little rotor there. And that's going to be our warp control rotor. Warp cycle rotor. Yeah, the Prototech small grid gyro, where is it? It is a 2x2 block. Where is it? Proto gyro. Stick it there. Yeah, annoyingly, the small grid one is 2x2. So it's really awkward to build these centrifugal, like, reaction wheels that I usually make. Because you can only really get one in the space, where I'd put like 4 gyroscopes, and then you're left with an awkward shape around the side, which is really annoying because they're really cool and they've got mounting points on all sides. They're just a damn annoying size that make them not very useful on a lot of small grid builds. I don't know why they chose to do that. Because the large grid one isn't gigantic, it's the same size as regular ones. Right, so we need a forwards and backwards Turn and where can I put things? Where can I put things? So I need to be able to still get a route down there somehow. Right, let's do. They're about twice as powerful, or at least the large grid ones are about twice as strong as the small grid. The large grid Prototech gyros are about twice as powerful as the large grid standard gyros. It might be about the same for the small grid ones. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the details into them. But I can tell you the large grid ones are noticeably much stronger. So if we have forwards, left and right, forwards, left and right would turn, reverse, left and right, reverse, left and right would turn. They will need a walk, cycle, stop and start, I think. Where's Zeke? Got the 2 cycles. We need to build that one. We've got that, we've got that and that, that and that. That will build later. Built that. We need to build the walk light, start and reset. I'll just put the timers in. Right, so, okay. We can put some lights on, so I can see what I'm doing. Ooh, bloody close. There we go. Right. Right one I've got selected. Yes, it is. Right. Controller, walk, forward, roll. That one will be controller, walk, forward, 101. Yaw. Yeah, that'll be right. No, forward, turn, left, that'll be, oop. Forward, turn on the right. Put the adverts on my own stream. Right, is that how I labelled them on Zeke? Yes it is, so that'll do. Ew, stuck. I'm stuck. There we go. Love walk. Start. Walk reset. Walk reverse, copy all. Walk reverse. Turn. R01. And turn R01. Check that on that one. Turn R01. Right, cool. Okay. The walk lights are in the head, aren't they? Yes. Already got walk lights. Yeah, let's delete him. In fact, let's delete him. Let's make a copy of him. Put him there. Right, walk controls. You've got walk lights left over from before. Oh! Put them. Oh, yeah, to put them in the head. Don't need them in the body. That's sound. That means I can take that out. Yeah, I forgot about that. I put those controls in the head on Rex, so they are still in there, in here. Fantastic. Right, so we have got a bunch of lights left over from last time. Cool. What's that? Right, null from the side, it looks like the icon of sin. I'm not sure I'm familiar with icon of sin. Right, so... Oh yeah, we've got the walk controls and everything in here. Fantastic. Oh yeah, and I copied the feet, so I've got walk sensors on the feet. Fantastic. Right, so... what we need to do first. Walk cycle. They're both angle. That's certainly the walk cycle rotor. And that'll be the walk cycle rotor, and then we'll have them set to 10 and 190, and they can trigger that timer when they get to where they need to go. It's a Demon from Doom. I've not actually played any of the recent Doom games. I've listened to the soundtracks a lot, because Mick Gordon is an absolutely amazing producer and musician, but I've not actually played the Doom games. I'm not much of a shoot-'em-up guy anymore. Alright, then we can do this. So, block switched on and off. Lights. We've got a whole bunch of lights in here. Walk light left. And light on and off. Walk light. Right, there we are. Right, so. Here we go. Legs 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4. Leg rotors 1 and 2. Or 1 and 1. Cool, so. The others have been doing at 7.5, so we'll go with that as a starting point. So minus and positive. That toolbar is going to be a mess of stuff that's left over from last time. So we'll do the testing on here. Left, right, so. There we go. Right, so the next thing we need to do is the leg hinge. go. So at number 4, I think that is set velocity, so we'll put that as 7.5. And minus 7.5. Yeah, Great Null. Mick Gordon is very, very good at a couple of the games. I've listened to a lot of his game soundtracks actually, and not actually played the games. I've just heard the soundtracks because they're really good. Yeah, I played all the original Dooms back in the 90s when I was a wee child. Just haven't played any of the more modern ones. Oh, I've got that foot the wrong way round. Walk forward. You leg 4. To 7.5. Thank you. Right, okay. Right, I'm back in the game. Right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was boosting all of those. 3, 4, 5, 6 is 15 million now. Yeah, I know that. Right, okay. Right. Yeah, it's a little bit funky. It probably won't be as bad when it's got some more weight on the legs. Okay, so that's okay like that. Right, how are we going to make this leg move then? So, for the moment... I didn't even need to get out of the cockpit, why did I do that? I'll take these 2 leg hinges. And reverse them. Okay. One's at 5, one's at 2, and they're pointing in different directions. Have I screwed the leg up? I have screwed the leg up. Why are you being weird, you stupid leg? Why are you saying 350 degrees, 315 degrees? You can't go that far, you're a hinge. Ugh, what's this leg doing? How are you at 315 degrees? You're a hinge. You can only go 90 degrees in either direction. Oh, the hinge lock's on, dumbass. That'll be why. Yeah, that's me being stupid. There we go. Right. Okay, try that again. Leg hinge. Those two. What speed are they going at? 10 RPM. Oh my god, stop with the text messages. There we go. Yeah, that's a bit of ground clearance, but not very much. So I reckon I might make that part of the leg tip forward slightly more. He's taken that step. We can get some better ground clearance. So let's I don't know how that was falling out the sky then. It's an unknown signal. And I've got two R03s, but I copied the wrong thing. There we go. So they are both positive when they lift up and negative when they drop down. Okay. So, leg hinges we're gonna do no, not 20, that's too fast. Set velocity 10. Set velocity minus 10. And on the next one, we'll do set velocity 15. That has to move a little bit further. Minus 15. What does that look like? It's the wrong way round. Oh, hello, tiny cat. Okay, minus 10. Oh, goodbye, tiny cat. And 10. Minus 15 and positive 15. There we go, something like that. On. What, 15 million? Oh, no. 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You were a champion at Pong in your family, were you? Your gaming life started before Atari 2600 was a thing. Alright. I think the first console I had In fact, it might have been an Atari 2600 actually, the first console I ever had. Definitely an Atari. Well, there we go. It's less clangy now. I've made the hips a bit stronger. Right. Still doing it a little bit, but not as badly. Let's try and make them a little bit stronger. Well, at 20 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that leg rotor goes all the way out to 32 degrees. So the leg return, we're going to look at the angle of that leg rotor. When it gets above, say 30 degrees for now, it will return those two hinges back to where it came from. Why is the leg jittering? The leg is jittering because of phantom forces in the game. There's a combination of the torque settings and the RPM settings trying to fight with each other to maintain the maximum limit. And yeah, when they're up in the air like that, they'll jiggle a bit. When they're down on the floor and they've got forces on them from all directions, they settle down. Also, if I make the legs a bit heavier, it'll help settle that down a bit. It's just the phantom forces you get when you chain 4 or 5 subgrids together. The end one will start getting a bit jiggly. Too much caffeine? Could be. It's mostly to do with the RPM pushing against the limits, and then the limits fighting back, and then the RPM fighting back against the limits, and it just causes this feedback loop of jiggle. So this wants to be 10 and 15, I think. So when we walk, don't do one properly because I didn't set something up. Walk, return. Oh, hang on. My rotate. We're going from 5 to 32. Yeah, greater than 30. Why hasn't that kicked in? Walk return on. Over 3 and 4. What was it? 32 degrees. What was it? 30 degrees. Looking at that leg rotor, why haven't you done nothing? I'm not quite sure why that's not. Oh, did I set those up wrong? Oh yes, I have. Ugh, that's going to put the hinges on the wrong way around. Or the wrong way around from what I usually do. That's why it wasn't returning, because it was not doing the right thing. Oh, no worries, Great Null. See you later, dude. Thanks for dropping by. And thanks for being a channel member, as always. It's much appreciated. Leg hinge. Right, so there we go. That should have resolved the issue, hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, I think so. Right. Yeah, that's fixed it. Cool. Thank God for that. Thank God I've got 2 internet connections I can switch between. So, leg hinge. L03 minus 15. Not the right one this time. There we go, that's the right one. Yeah. Clangy, clangy, clangy. Might actually be, because that knee has got too much power in it. Yeah, still a bit jittery. Whatever. Right, that's the basis of that. So we'll try and do the same thing on the other side. So we got that set up. Walk light, yes. Leg rotor. 7.5 and minus 7.5. And then was one, put that in the wrong place, didn't change page. Hang on. Leg hinge 004, what are you doing? You are positive, right. .5 and set velocity minus 7.5. Oh, apparently not. Oh yeah, I put the foot on backwards as well, didn't I? Oh. Minus and positive. There we go, that's a bit better. Right, so the next part of that control. Is that one? Leg hinge. What did we want to do? We want to do 10. No, 15. 10 and minus 10. 15 and minus 15. Nope, all the way around again. Keep getting that wrong. Better, these were labelled and I could see what they all were. Yeah. Minus 15. Yeah, cool. Okay, so walk return. Gonna be the opposite of that, so less than the right thing, right angle, less than minus 30. Leg rotor right. Wants to set them to negative value. Minus 10. Minus 15. That's not quite the same, is it? What have I messed up there? What have I done there? Oh, did I not change the angles? I didn't change the angles, did I? So that can go to 15 minus 45. Oh yeah, that's the difference. I want to do that. There we go, something like that. Right, so walk, cycle. Walk, light, left and right. We already set them up? We did already set them up, didn't we? Right, so spin the wheel. There we go. Bring that down to 20. There we go, little beginning of a walk cycle. We turn that rotor on and off. What number is that? 5. And we turn it back on with that. Cool. Okay. That's the basics of that. Every single gyroscope that's on here already needs to be put on override control. I do need to name them all eventually. Where are these gyros? Right, they're all balanced gyros. Okay. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Reset the name. Call them balance gyros. And then all of these green ones. The turn gyros. Cool. Okay. Oh yeah. Good things I can do. Warp control. Where is it? You left over from last time. There it is. That warp thruster, that is already set up. It's got that already set up to turn on and off. That's already set up. Cool. Warp forward. Left and right can turn on and off. And on and off. And the warp rotor can turn on and off. So if mechs built on Earth-like have difficulties in higher gravity, wouldn't mechs built in higher gravity also have difficulties in normal reduced gravity? They will probably have their own issues, but from my experience, it works better the other way around. If you've built something in higher gravity, it tends to have a better chance of working in a lower gravity. I mean, you can't go too low, like the moon, where everything just bounces, but like I said, I've built things on Earth, and then taken them to Pertram, or the alien world, where the gravity's really high, and I've had to make lots of adjustments to the legs, because they've just not been able to support their own weight, and have a tendency to fall over. Right, so if I hit that now, there we go, got my basic warp control. I should be able to set up the turn stuff. Got my turn rotor, and I've got my turn controls, and I've got my turn thruster already set up. Fantastic. Turn rotor, I can't remember which way is which right now, so I'll just set that to, I think 10. Yeah, we'll call it 10 for now, and then reset the velocity on that. Then right, we will call it minus 10. And then reset the velocity on that. So then we get into the gyroscope, have a look at it while it's moving. There we go. So now when I hit left and right with the keyboard, it turns that, and that should shift a lot of the weight of the mech around. Providing he can actually stand up. We'll find out now. Oh yeah, he is going to need a power source. I'll just bung a couple of batteries in there for the moment. And let's lock that head in place, because I've not done anything with that. And then we'll see what happens when we chop him down. He's mostly standing up straight. That's a good sign. I've not even set up the balance control yet. But he's standing up. His feet are going to make horrible clanging sounds. We can turn left, we can turn right. Might actually have to turn that down a bit. Yep, we are going over though. Yeah, we're going over. We're going over. Yeah, I might just set up the balance controls first before I try walk testing. Plonking down like that again. Oh no, we're going over too quickly because we're so tall. Yeah, it also doesn't help that we haven't got any gyros on the main grid. That probably is having an effect. I should have put them. Oh, let's just bung a load of them on here for now. We'll worry about proper positions later. Give him 10 gyros there. We will make those gyros override as well. We're also going to need more on here, all the balance controls. So I'll stick a bunch of them on there. And we can have... Where are they? There they are. Put them on there for now to trick the AI blocks. Then what we need to do is... Let's grab that colour. So to make this balance control system, what I usually do, or what I always do is... Let's put that there. I use the AI blocks and the beacon to trick the AI into trying to balance with itself. Call that test. Here to do AI block. AI balance move. That is going to move, or attempt to constantly move towards a 0 angle. And then this is going to be AI unit, AI unit, balance control. And so what this is going to do is going to look at that. You may as well set these on as well so we can see what we're doing. AI functions. Yeah, right, so we are going to add a waypoint that is relative to that beacon, which you can see is just there. And then what we do is we remove. My beacon's gone. Now I've gone past them about 6 times. There we go. Remove that beacon. Rebuild another one. And I think I want to build it that way. Balance control. Waypoint 1. That new beacon we just built. So now it's got a waypoint out there. And those new gyros, I need to name those as well. Have that, so it's all of these ones here that are the same colour. Let's put that there. Name, replace name, override on. There we go. So now the AI should try and use the gyroscopes. I think there's someone there that haven't been swapped over. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Replace name, AI. There we go. How long do you plan on continuing the Mech Yard series? I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm kind of trying to figure out what I want to do with it next, really. I'm going to do it for as long as I can, but I've got some ideas for other series that I'm putting pieces together for now. I'm actually sort of halfway through sorting out the next episode of Mech Yard, so that should be out next Saturday. Yeah, I'm just going to continue it until, I don't know, until either I get bored or my computer explodes from the amount of robots that I build in it. That series hasn't really got much of an aim to it. That was my first attempt at doing a survival series. Honestly, I've probably got a little bit excited and built too much too quickly. But yeah, I'll keep doing it until either I get bored or the save file explodes. But I'm planning to do another survival series with the spider tank mod thing that I'm working on, which will be more of a roaming around the desert kind of affair than just sort of base building in one place. Right, so then we can put... No, we can't put that down yet, because I keep forgetting to put a power source on him. Where is it? There it is. Just stick a pair of batteries in there for the moment. Right, and then that's going to do weird stuff because we've cut it off that grid. So we need to go back to balance control. What's the beacon on this one? Let's call it test again. Makes it easier to find. There we go, and now the AI blocks and those gyros in there are constantly fighting to keep it upright. And if we add more gyros... Oh, no, we're going over sideways. You're not doing your job, boys. Oh, hang on. I might not have turned some AI on. So he was walking unassisted then. That wasn't too bad. Oop. And we also forgot to sort out that rotor. Silly mistake to make. That's the one. Balance rotor. We didn't do any of the things we were supposed to do with that. That's why none of that was working. That's supposed to be locked at 0. That's supposed to be locked at 0. You're back at 0 now. You happy? Right. AI. Oh, there we go. That's kind of working. Whether he will get himself up from that position is debatable, because of where his centre of mass is, but at least things are working now. There we go, and then he'll do weird little spins until he aligns himself with whatever he thinks is his default position. Right, balance, control. Let's do this properly now. Test. That's the right one. While spin him around in a circle. Try and tip him over. The AI blocks are actually doing their job now. Obviously we need to rebuild the feet. The AI balance controller is working. Cool. Right. Let's fix some of that stuff on you. Do that properly. So what did we smeg up? We forgot that rotor there. That. And zeroed. And zeroed. Neckyard is more like an experimental testbed. Yeah, pretty much. It's mostly me messing around trying to make, like, survival-ish useful mechs, because they're notoriously, like, not really useful in proper games. That's mostly me just trying to figure out ways to make mechs useful in a survival setting. Whereas the next series I've got planned with the spider tanks, there's going to be a lot more planning going into that one. I'm going to do a lot of design work on that mod before I start making anything with it. Right, so we can actually sort out these feet right now. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Bloody phantom forces. Make the legs heavier, it won't jiggle about as much. You, isn't it? It's always you. It's always both of you. There we go. Just lock them for now. I have to remind myself to unlock them in a minute. Go. Right. Foot pads. Steal one of them off there. I'll nick these feet straight off Zeke. So they should work. There, is that one around? Yes, it is. And then that. Go in there like that. That can go there. That can go there. Cool. Let's get rid of that disembodied head and all these random bits. There we go. Let's grab that. Oh, fecking course it is. Fine, I'll rebuild them. I'd rather rebuild the little ones than rebuild the big one. That was more of a pain in the arse. Oh, wrong colour though. There we go. There we go. Set up an additional timer block to unlock those hinges that get activated. I could do that. Like I said, it's not really much of a problem when they're on the ground and all that weight is, or the weight of the upper grids is bearing down on them. It's not really a problem. It's just when they're up and dangling like that. Adding too many timers into the system can get a little bit confusing sometimes. It's not really something I'm worried about while I'm building, particularly when I've got damage turned off as well. It can mostly clang out all it likes with damage turned off. You've really got to push the physics engine for things to rip themselves to pieces with damage off. Then you know something seriously is wrong if that happens. Right. What else did we need to do? Oh yeah, right. Before we go any further, I'm going to wrap this up in a minute because it has been nearly 6 hours, so I think getting this guy up and walking would be a good place to end it. We've got a load of balance control there, we've got a load of stuff there. Let's pop a couple of batteries in his shoulders. It may as well make him even more top heavy. In fact, on that subject, oh, it's not really going to help me much when he's strung up on there. Right, let's make another copy. Oh, in fact, actually, quickly, have a look at that walk cycle, see if we can speed it up a bit. Yeah, we also need to unlock them again. What would do that? 25. Is that too quick with the way it's set up right now? A little bit. Yeah, that's not too bad. Right, what was else? What other things that I need to do? Batteries on there, the walk cycle, beacon, oh yeah, call that. I'm calling it Metal Gear Test for now because I can't remember how to spell that stupid name. It's too long. I need to learn how. I need to write it down somewhere. Right, that can be called that. Wasn't really much else. Oh, there's something else I want to do. Dum 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 dum. Copy all of that. And stick it on there. Why the hell are you doing that? you doing? Right, go back to 0. Stay at 0. Until I can be bothered sorting you out properly. Oh, I forgot to paint half of that. Well, of course it's going to pick the wrong side. Yeah, his head doesn't look that badly out of proportion now that I've built his shoulders up loads. Cool, okay, let's take that. Stick him over here. I'm sure there's something I've forgotten, but never mind. Jump into the head. Need to reset the balance control. There we go. Let's do that one. Walk return. Let's bring them in a bit. Let's make... Oh, hang on. I know what I forgot to do from last time. Got to actually turn the balance control AI on. There we go. That's on, that's on. Oh yeah, repeat. Right. Okay. There you go, he's going to try and spin round to there. Try and spin round and face there, because that was his last default position that he remembers. So, yeah, we then change that to that one, which is the one directly in front of us. We can now turn. Oh yeah, and that's what else I was going to do. I was going to make that 25. I was going to make that minus 25. Make that walk cycle maybe a little bit quicker. Make them a little bit weaker. They go too fast. There you go. He's walking and he can balance. And his feet aren't making horrendous clangy sounds like they were before, and he can self-correct. We've got some turn controls in there. So, that's not too bad. Yeah. Yeah, quite happy with that. I think I'm going to turn the cycle speed down a little bit for now until I do some more tweaking to it. He's not walking as violently, but yeah, there you go. That's pretty good. He is walking about now. Yeah, cool. Right, I'm happy with that. And we are at about 6 hours, so I'm going to call that quits there. It is now 5 to midnight where I am. I'm now quite tired, but I'm pretty satisfied with that. He's walking pretty well. He's not making any horrendous clanging sounds. He's balancing okay. That balance control's working really well. I've not really used it properly on an upright biped like this so far. I've only been experimenting with it on the other Metal Gears. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, cheers, Chad. Yeah, it's walking pretty smoothly. For an initial test, that's pretty good. Having not done any real major tweaks to it. And I'm impressed the balance control is working quite effectively as well. The wonders of putting things on subgrids and tempting clang. But yeah, that's working quite well. So we've got that gyro there, that rotor there, the gyros on it, controlling the balance. And then we've got the one that's tucked in down there between the legs that shifts the whole weight of the mech left and right. And then we've got these ones at the sides on the main grid that are helping to keep it upright and stable as well. Yeah. We'll just do donuts. He's not really falling over. The balance control is helping. Yep, it's definitely keeping him upright. I've got about 4 circles now. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Right, I am happy with that. I'm going to call it quits. I'm going to go to bed. Sweet. That's working pretty damn well. Yeah, I don't think his head's quite as out of proportion as it looked to begin with. I think it looks alright now. Now he's a bit fatter around the shoulders. Oh, hey, Edmund Sauder. Yes, it is. And unfortunately, you've come in right as I'm about to finish for the evening. But you can re-watch the whole stream if you like and see me building it all. But yeah, he's working pretty well. We've built his legs. We've built most of the front half of him. We've got the beginnings of his shoulders in place. I just copied and pasted the head from Metal Gear Rex and made a few little adjustments to it. I'm probably going to make quite a few more to make it a little bit more distinct. But the good thing is, it's still got a lot of the controls left over from Metal Gear Rex. And then we've built balance control, walk control, and turning control. Oh yeah, and I should still have a button to open the mouth. There we go. Look around in first person if we want to. Yeah, no worries, Edwin. I'll be streaming again at some point during the week. Probably Wednesday I'll be doing more of my spider tank mod I'm working on. But yeah, no worries, man. It's been about a 6-hour stream, so there's plenty to catch up on. But yeah, he's working quite well, and I'll definitely be coming back to work on him again in the future. And I'll put up a post about it so people can bookmark it if they wish. Yeah, sweet. I'm actually really happy with how well he is working so quickly. I thought he was going to give me problems. I'll walk him over here. So we can finish up the episode with them all bunched together. Oh yeah, I need to make some adjustments to the foot pattern so they dig into the ground a little bit more. There you go. You can just sit in the middle there for now. Wrong button. Right, groovy. I'm going to call that quits for the evening. I'm going to go to bed. So, thank you all for watching. Thank you for chatting. Thanks for all the suggestions you've made, as usual. And I will see you all next time at some point in the near future to do some more stupid stuff with robots. So, yeah. Thank you for watching, and goodbye for now. Or it would be, if my hotkeys were working. They break every time now. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Goodbye for now.